Okay, I think everything's back up and running. I think. I don't know. Okay. Let's dive into this. Try and get this somewhat done. I'm gonna need this. Pick this up from... Okay, now I have a mic again. I was good. We started taking apart this loop. All right, we're gonna go over some stuff here. I just want to see how these pipes turned out. Kind of give you guys, this is a before, that's an after. So it looks like we're gonna be able to do some pretty decent cleaning on this stuff. Still gonna require some work, but all right, let's dig into this, the microscope view here. So I can show you one of the things I was trying to show off a little bit yesterday. So this is the contact plate that goes on the inside and sits on top of this guy. So this half I have cleaned, this half I have not cleaned. I'm concerned that this is slightly like etched. Nah, it's just a little bit of mold. And this has already been through. All right. So we got this basically as clean as we can. There's some staining on this. Like I'm not polishing this. That is not going to be a thing that we do here, because I don't want to introduce anything else into there. But the other thing we need to do is we got to get this out of here. So we're going to need, let me grab a new brush here. I'm going to grab a number 2 brush here. Come in here with some alcohol. I am just going to go back and forth to try and get this as cleaned out as possible. Get some soap and water. Then we're gonna have to run this underneath. Be very careful here. I don't want to bend any of these fins, but I need to get in here cleaned out as good as I can. Get rid of all of this, say, I think it's just basically where the mold was able to grow. So basically, we'll look at this side and then we'll look at that side. You can see how not clean this is. Look at this. All right, Grant, you have a good one. So that's some soapy water. Now let's go rinse it with some clean water. And when we're done, we're gonna have to run this thing through. Like, we're gonna have to run a lot of water through this to get this completely cleaned. We're gonna be running quite a few gallons through it. And I think today we're gonna have this compressor on all day. I want to try and get as much of this out of here as I can. Then on this side, we're just going to get, this is all thermal paste. Don't want to slide this around too much. Let's get fine. You need a signature? Yeah, do you need a signature? I hope that isn't the screen. Really hope that's not a screen. Okay, let's rebuild this thing. Get as much of the schmutz out of here as we can. Should probably get like a bucket of clean water or something up here. Yeah, this stuff when it dries gets like immediately. Just put it like this. The problem comes back, like the cloudiness comes back almost right away once it dries. You can already see it starting to happen with those tubes that I just took out. So this is going to be like, we're going to do our best. This is Chris. Mm-hmm. Yep, it came through. Yeah, I'll get back to you probably tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. There we go. I'm gonna try something here.
Going in the bathroom. You have to clean them?
I mean, I will at some point. I am looking for this. That's kind of crazy. Like, those requirements are quite in depth. And we're going to get this as clean as we can. Because where the water flow was you can definitely see it's caking up there. All right, well, this is just the backing plate that you can't really see. And it's where the water was sitting mostly. All right, let's put this thing back together. Yeah, you can see even that. So that disrupts the water flow. Gotta find my pack of all right. And gently get this seal in here, using only plastic, no metal. So there's that seal. We got this one. We got this one. All right, seal's back in place. That goes like that. That goes like that. And then this goes which way? Like that. All right. I don't think we have any squished filters, seals, excuse me. Tighten it down. This one. That's one part cleaned. Fun. That's the what is the cold plate? Let's put our little springies back on there. And we're gonna actually get through the rest of this relatively quickly. We got some big stuff to clean. Well, I put it in the ultrasonic, but yeah, though the white just isn't coming clean. Because like I put this in the ultrasonic cleaner this morning, and you can see that it's slowly starting to turn back into a not very nice look. You know, see, I don't have any pipe cleaners here. Let's see what I can do to kind of make my own pipe cleaners. Yeah. It is a little stained. One. We're going to hand clean all of this now. Yeah, I'm not going to risk that. So we're going to start taking all of these tubes apart. It's the same length, they are not. Do believe all of these are the same, looking at them. I'm gonna get all of these put into the ultrasonic. I just need to make sure there are no rubber seals, and if there are rubber seals, we're gonna attempt to take them off, because I don't want to put the ultrasonics. I don't want to put these in the ultrasonic. If I can't get it off, it's going in the ultrasonic as is. So this is interesting. This is a piece of metal that you just resize to whatever you're doing. Yeah. We don't want that to move. So that it can be the right size. All right, in we go. And then gonna have to figure out how to get these guys clean. I have an idea. The knife I got from Ramrod coming in handy here. Let's see here. So all I want to do is get that through there. Do believe we have a sizing issue happening where over here is one size and then over here is a different size. So if I can go from this way, I have a feeling it'll be much easier. Yeah. Wow, look at that. I mean, you can already see that's what was inside of there. So look at this, a good twist. that. Let's go run it under some clean water. What? All right, so let's one. This one might be a little more complicated. Or not. Yeah, I mean, you can see down inside of there, it's just caked with stuff. So, same thing, just gonna work this through. And I gotta be very careful because this thing needs to stay right there. Gotta keep the length the same. Yeah. And now after that, you can see we actually are shiny and reflective on the inside again. Some of these I'll be able to get actually cleaned out pretty well. Some of them I will not. So this guy. Yeah, these are real bad. Well, hopefully this time, when this goes back together for this guy, the seal will be good enough internally that evaporative loss is less likely to happen. It's still going to happen, but hopefully we'll also have enough in there to make sure that we don't have mold growing. That would be nice. Okay, these are just full-on fittings. Yeah, there's a chance that that is what is happening here. We got 2 more pieces. All right, let's get a nice little final clean on this. This has to go on the end of a, goes like that. Let me get that cleared out. All right. So, and then we just got to run this back under some clean water and do the same thing on this guy. And we just got to do as best we can on all those other ones. Because a lot of those, this isn't going to work because they are not straight pipes. So I'll run those under some water here in a second. All right, so each of these basically has this buildup that's going around them, and that's what we're looking to get rid of here. And take that out. Get it in the soapy water, and I need a little container for these things. Otherwise, I will lose these. Yeah, blah, 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 blur, 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 blur. I don't have anything sitting out here. Yeah. So each of these is 2 parts. Have to clean them by hand.
No. Yeah, would you? Yeah, he's here all day today, 5:30. Yep. Oh, you got to talk to him.
All right.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I gotta basically hand wash all of these. Might seem slightly unnecessary, but we're in a situation where we want to try and have as much cleaned out of this system when the time comes to put it back together as possible. Yeah, some of these inner rings are quite chunky. Like this one is another one where it's like holding on for dear life, and there's actual pieces of the fungus and mold that was growing inside of it that are coming out as solid pieces here that you guys can't really see. That's fun. All right. We're going to gently massage each of these. That's good. Under the water. We don't want to put a lot of pressure on them. We're not looking to break them or anything like that. We just want to get them loosened up. And we want to get all of the schmutz off of them. And then we'll go run these under some clean water and it should be better. And then we just have our GPU and our distro block, and then we got to try and run some soapy water through the radiators. And see what shakes out. All right, we're gonna get some new water too. This stuff's looking real cloudy. All right. Let's get all these individually just dried off here. Two, three, and make sure we're actually getting all of the white stuff off of there. Some of it was and is being stubborn. And it's like actually crusted on there. Welcome back, Emily. And when we put this back together, we're not using any special fluids or anything in here. We're just going to use some distilled water and a chemical additive that prevents fungus growth. That should hopefully in the future help this like not become what it was again. This is just the tedium of this. This is that same computer from yesterday, Emily. The water loop that I was cleaning. Yeah, some of these were much worse off than some of the other ones. All right, and that's all of that. All right. Take these guys in here. Again, nice finger cleaning on that. Sure not seeing any of this stuff. Yeah, and you can tell the ones that actually have that mold growing, they feel slimy. That's funny. Okay. Let's go wash these up. One, two, three, four, Polish it like you polish a ring.
Okay, let's see where we're standing. What's the last name? Not even lifting. Water gas flat.
Stuski?
This with an S.
Yep, number 5. It's just waiting. Wait for him to pick up. All right, let's get all these back together.
Harry? Harry? It's ready for you to pick up. Let me check. Hold on.
No, it's not fixed.
How much is it costing?
Yeah. Here, let me look at the paperwork.
Look at the paperwork.
Yeah, just 35.
It's $35. Okay, thank you. Bye.
All right. So are these bi-directional or are these single direction? Little assembly line of these guys. At least now you know, like, the hassles of actually owning a liquid cooled PC. Got,
Something you're supposed to do regularly?
yep. When you have this kind of liquid loop, every 6 months you gotta be pretty diligent about it. Like, just checking it, making sure the water level's not getting low. If it is getting low, you gotta add more fluid, and then you gotta make sure you're adding the antimicrobial to it. Or what you can do is you can get a piece of silver, like just a single piece of silver, and like have that in the loop somewhere, because silver is inherently antimicrobial. So you can just get like a silver BB and put it someplace in the loop. The problem with that is you just need to make sure it doesn't get stuck somewhere and like create a blockage.
Yeah.
So what I've seen is some people, you'll go out and you'll buy a single fitting like this guy that is actually silver, and you make sure that it's coming in contact with the water. And that way, it is, like I said, it's antimicrobial. I mean, everything is guaranteed to a point. When you start mixing metals, you end up with two different electrical, like just natural and electrical. What is the word I'm looking for there? Like I want to say frequencies, but that's not correct. But basically what happens is when you put two pieces of metal in water and they're different types of metal, there's a small electrical charge that starts to form between them, and it causes rust.
Okay.
Which is just as bad as microbial.
Wow.
Electrolysis. Thank you, master. So what you can do is you can get a piece like this or a fitting like this that's silver. Just this piece right here. So the thing is, if you put this, which is not silver, with a piece of silver, electrolysis starts happening.
Can't mix metals.
You cannot mix metals. But putting like a single BB that is not coming into contact with the metal and is not electrically grounded, that is fine.
Have a little float, right?
No. All right, let me go wash these out. You can see this thing. Or use a premix and flush every 5 to 6 months. I disagree. I think a teardown is needed at least once per year. I say and by every 6 months, what I'm suggesting isn't like a full teardown, is every 6 months I'm suggesting you take the time, look at your fluid level, check to see if there's any growth happening, and if there is, take some steps to help stop that from happening. Is my suggestion. All right, let me wash these guys out, and then we can put fittings back on the ends of these guys. Got to be getting close to the end of our timer here. Yeah, and I think for this I'm going to end up having to charge a bit more, because this is quite the process. So if I were to do this in the future, this is going to be at minimum $150 plus whatever I need to purchase. And then we start putting these back together. There's one. Said we're coming up on time. My concern right now is I don't remember what this goes to. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Have to look at my video of it coming out. This, like, to me, this screams it's coming off of like the block or something, but it's not. So I don't know. I don't remember what this is coming off of, because it looks like it's supposed to be off of something like this. Oh, you know what? It's on one of these. So I just need to figure out which one that is. All right, guess what? Our cleaning just finished on these things. Let's get them washed. They are getting up to quite the temperature. Thought I had this thing set like not super hot, but it is super hot. We're going to let these air cool for just a second to get down to room-ish temperature before we run ice cold water over it. Because the last thing I need is temperature differential cracking this stuff. And while we're waiting, I think it's time that we crack this guy apart. I need a little bit smaller head here. Right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you're right. It is galvanic. All right. So let's very gently here take this. This is the GPU block. So can we update the title of this to custom loop cleaning, please? And you can see we have a surprisingly large amount of Loctite on this. That is tiny, tiny boy. Very gentle with these. Keep the positioning of these the same so that when we go to put this back together, screws are all going back into the same place, because the last thing I want to do is put a screw through this board. It's not a 50 or 40 series, it's a 30 series. So it wouldn't be as bad, it's just still not great. And we have a lot of stuff, little things to take apart here. Oof, that one felt stripped. Yeah, a different part of that's coming apart. So yeah, these guys here were cross-threaded into there, so we're gonna have to be careful with that when we put this back together. There's all of our heat pads. And here is our 3080. Let's get this end plate off. That is firmly on there. Those pads that they put on here, definitely holding on for dear life. Just got to keep being gentle and working our way around. Very gentle, very slow. Okay. Not tearing any of the pads. And thermal paste on this mid. When we put this back together, we'll add a wee bit more. All right, now the thing we're actually here to take care of, which is this. One of the things we're going to need to do is this sits like this. We are going to take off all of these. Very gently. Because these are not going in the ultrasonic cleaner. Okay. Next row. Need to make sure all of these guys are properly covered. So that's all of those. There you go. We actually have our memory. Looks like they actually missed one. Supposed to be one there. There's nothing there. Oh, I like it. Instead of actually putting a raised metal piece here, they're just like, you know what? We'll just put an extra thick pad over there. Whatever, right? And each of these guys, one there, and one here. Okay, let's get this power stage. This is only a partial power stage, which makes me wonder if with that 3080 I have sitting back there, if I just remove all of the components for the power stage, will it just ignore that? And just use a different one? That'd be an interesting little experiment to try and run. To actually remove all of the components, seeing as part of them are missing anyways. Okay. Let's keep that just like that. Now, we need to get these guys off of here. And we need to make sure that we remember what goes where. So this is rear. This goes here. Maybe. One goes there. This one goes there. So that's how those are laid out. What size? We need this size. I need an even larger size for that. What is this one? Multiple sizes of Allen wrench here. Try and make these come off at like an evenish rate. So, only thing we need to do with these is get out, don't want to use metal on this, these seals. We'll clean those by hand. That is ready for the parts washer. As you can see inside of there, not looking so great. Next, does this fit in here? It does not. Let's get this metal plate off where some of the worst of it is. One. Two. Three. 4. Five. That should be all of our screws. The only thing holding this together is... Oh, we have one more screw underneath this. And that's next to... That's right there. It even says 3080 Founders Edition. There we go. So that's where the nastiness is. Ooh, and this seal was almost not intact. Yeah, it's gonna need a good clean. I'll set that in there for now with these boys. So, see, that's pretty bad, but not as bad as that. So, all right, let's get this stuff into the basket. Get it cleaned out. I think my tubes are going to be ready to wash here. Okay, cool. Not boiling hot anymore. Still warm though. Just not freaking 100 degrees. Hopefully that adhesive holds on for that little sticker. All right, let's get these guys cleaned out. These were, you can definitely tell that all of these runs were done by hand, which is fine. And I'll show you why. Said we're going to do our best on these to get as much of this stuff out as we can. I'm still going to have to, you know, before I do this, definitely going to need to go through all of these guys with whatever we can. So you can see we're in a lot better shape. Still not perfect, but it was much, much better compared to what it was. We'll get to that in 1 second. Just need to clean these seals because this is the water that I need to use. Yeah, these seals they needed that. They don't feel great, I'll tell you that. They feel like they are a little bit close to being end of life. I'm just gonna work our way around. We're gonna do that motion all the way around till I don't feel anything else. And I could put them in the ultrasonic cleaner with just warm water, yeah. let's get each of these scrub it up dubbed. Just need to get this right to there, and then we're just going to twist as we come out, and then we'll go to the other side and do the exact same thing. Just need to get it most of the way there. So right to there. There we go. Now I don't want this soap drying in here, so we're just gonna go ahead and wash each of these out right away. And then that's about as good as they are going to get in this process. So even after doing that, you can see they are still not perfectly clear. And they won't be because they're basically permanently stained, unfortunately, from the bacteria that was in there. Goodly. So this is the one where you can really tell this was done by hand. That little, not really a circle. Looks like something I would do. Oh, it's just bubbling. There's a core in there. I think wherever the bends are on these things is where they're going to be the worst as far as sediment buildup and whatnot, just because that's a place where the bacteria can just sit and build up. Whereas if it's on in a straight part, there's not really a lot of places for it to just kind of have to switch directions and whatnot. Alright. And then there we go. All right, let's go run water through these guys. Blow them out, and we'll get them all put back together. Water got black quick. I love how I say this water is like cold, when in fact, the water is the same temperature as the outside right now. This water is like 90 degrees coming out of my sink. All right, air. so only one, like most of these came out quite nicely. One of them did not, and it's this one. It does not want to clean up. But I also think that the reason that is because there's a little pinhole in it from where it bubbled over, and instead of remaking it, they flooded this with something to try and seal it, like super glue. But not much I can do about that. Got it cleaned up as I can. And then we just need to figure out which of these bends gets this. So I got to go back and got to look at the tape. Figure out which one it is. Okay. So it's one of these straight boys. Question is it the long straight boy or is it the short straight boy? It looks like it's one of the short straight boys. Yeah, northern, like my dad's dealing with that too. This doesn't look right. This looks like it should be one of these. Are these the same length? That is a long one for sure. That is a shorter one. All right, so yeah, so that pairs together. Which means more than likely, just need to figure out where this one came from. Well, because all of the components to do that are sitting on the floor, Master. That's why. Have not been cleaned yet. So one of these, which I believe is this one, yeah, this one threads directly into something, so that doesn't attach to anything. All right, so we are right now at a minor standstill until that thing clicks off. So let's get this fan off of here. And we're gonna run water through this, hot soapy water. Well, it's not as dusty as it could be. Let's be real here. All right, let's go run water through this. There's like plenty of rust inside of this thing. It's empty. Okay. One radiator cleaned. It looks like when they were putting this together, they actually did some damage to it. It's going, Emily. We're got a long way to go. We're about 50% the way there, though. And we have to do all the cable management and everything. I said yesterday this was probably going to take me the day to get through everything. All right. It's better. It's perfect? No. But it's better. No, Emily, I don't. It's not my thing. Not into it. Now these are, I have to remember when I do these, cables on that side, and these are pull through. And there we're done. I'm gonna put the GPU block back together. So pause what I was doing here and go get that stuff. What is this temperature set for? Jeez. Gotta let it cool down again. That thing is still over 100 temperature-wise. Talked about a lot of things, Emily. Let that thing cool down. Nope. Yeah. So that didn't do much, unfortunately. As you can see, this is still heavily, heavily marred. That's where we got to come in here with this and just manually agitate this thing and get this stuff out of here. This might be a better solution, would be this guy. And then just use this, clear out these little ports. Just wash it and dry it. Kind of like the other one that we were looking at, the CPU block. Where it was the most heavily just stained. Let's see what I can do about it. No, absolutely not. Isopropyl alcohol will cause this to fog, like permanently. You'll never be able to get it undone. I've done it on, like I had that problem when I first started working on my custom loop. So we just have to go in here, try and get as much of this off of here as I can. And it's just going to be, see how like the color of that is changing. Just doing this. Get whatever out I can. All right, that's about as good as that's going to get. Quickly do this guy. Yes, Emily. It's actually hard to do. It came out much better than it was, that's for sure, Ram. There you go. That's definitely better. Now comes the real pain in my behind. And you can see it's working. Water and soap. Let's hope not, Master. I feel like for some of this stuff, I'm going to have to use something a little bit more abrasive, because this is not, there's a hard line right here that doesn't want to come off. Oh, I can scrape it off. That's fun. I almost need to like run this through a polisher. Because that would be great, right? This would be fine to hit with isopropyl. You know, maybe that's actually a possibility. It's just you saying that, it kind of makes sense. There's a good chance that someone actually went ahead and did that. This is my number 2, yeah. Yeah. This corrosion that's on this is not coming off, though, which could be a problem for them in the future. There you go, it's starting to break up. Jeez. The day is flying. Mainly because this is taking a lot longer than I had initially anticipated. Actually, you know what? No, I take it back. This is not taking long. This is taking exactly as long as I expected this to take. Honestly, I knew this was going to be a chore. There's only so much I'm going to be able to do on this without, like, taking off probably, like, a full layer of metal. Or gouging this thing. Because you can see right where the seal was sitting on this thing, and it is not coming off. Just the normal stuff. So I don't want to do that because most of the most polishing compounds leave behind a residue that acts as like a sealer, and I don't want to run that risk. Or at least the ones that I have do. I don't have any like machinist grade polishing compound. I have like mag polish. All right. Just go through, make sure all of these are fully cleaned out. Like that one wasn't. There was some gunk in there. That one too. Ooh, that one too. There you go. All right, let's go run this under some water. To answer your question, a console would probably be the best bet, honestly. Because it becomes a multi-function thing at that point. But I haven't looked at Blu-ray playing stuff in a long time, just because I got an Xbox One. That's way more expensive, Emily. All right, I got off more. There we go. That looks pretty good. All right. Let's flip this over. Get that off of there. And we're going to have to apply some new thermal paste. And that leaves us with only a couple more pieces to do. And the next couple pieces, I think other than one little block, I think I am at a point where everything is going to have to be done by hand. Which actually will speed this up slightly. Now, which side did this go on? Before we start putting that on. It was on this side, right? I think, if I remember right, goes underneath. I don't think that, yeah, that would not line up. So that goes like that. Should be accessible from the other side. Alrighty. Well, let's start screwing. Yes, that exactly. See, that doesn't seem right. Because, like, 90% sure this guy has to go in here first. Like that. That one isn't even close to being lined up. Don't want to over tighten anything. But we also want to make sure that they are tight enough. And then the end plate here gets these guys. Yeah, I gotta undo what I just did. So this is the last part that goes on. I gotta put the other Loctite screws on underneath. All right, Emily. None, Emily. This is all I'm doing today. Not those. It's already taken me quite a while, Emily. Oh, come on. Got plenty of thermal paste this time. Just need to slowly make sure as I'm doing this that we are not crushing the gasket in some strange way. That is relatively important with this. Also, we don't want to over tighten it to the point where we crack the acrylic. That would also be bad. You doing okay, Mama? And now we go into the acrylic. We want to get firm, but definitely not over tightened. Sure, Emily. And we got two more over here that are underneath these pads. Got one video edit in, Emily. The other one is right there. Okay, and now we're going to flip this back over and we're just going to tighten these. Not very hard, just a little bit. And then all of the visible ones, just make sure we actually got them nice and tight. Underneath there. Okay. Almost done. Okay, just verifying stuff as we're going through here. Just make sure I'm putting this back the way that this is intended. Again, looking at these, so I'm looking right here to make sure that I'm not crushing the two gaskets that are in there. Uh-huh.
Did the connect with something, but
She did not.
I was going to show you the screen that it just keeps coming up.
What is it?
Recovering and there's message inside there. We'll have to pop up again. I'll read to you.
And under a nice fine tip.
Oh, no, it didn't give it to me. You might be clear, right? Okay.
Maybe.
Yes, I'll let you read it.
All right. Back plate.
Here it is. Your system has been blocked due to unusual activity.
That's the sign-in screen. Oh, never mind. Just hold escape. Okay, can you move your mouse to the taskbar?
I don't have a taskbar.
Are you sure?
I have a blue screen that says recovery.
Yes, I understand. I'm pretty sure that's just a desktop background. Move your mouse all the way to the bottom of the screen. All right. Hit Alt F4.
Will that eventually disappear?
You're gonna do a full cleanup on it, so hopefully.
Okay. I need to know.
Yeah, it's a web browser. What's it doing?
It keeps restarting.
Okay, well then I guess you can't do anything with it. Leave it alone. I don't have time to answer questions about it. Okay?
I want to see if I can
If you can what?
start my cleaning process. Maybe it won't keep restarting.
No, it won't. Like, it's restarting before you can do anything.
Oh, crap.
Crap what? What did you do?
Nothing.
Okay, then why did you say crap?
I wanted you to clean.
Okay, well, you don't get to because it's more complicated than you can just handle on your own. There's one screw is going to be a pain in the butt here. There we go. Alt F4.
F4. Okay. I want to get out of here.
Yeah, it's gonna restart because they have a scheduled restart.
I'll close it. Shut down.
I think this is on upside down. Yeah. Yeah, it's just going to be outside of what you're capable of doing, unfortunately. Yeah, this is on here upside down. Because there's what's called a scheduled task happening that after a certain amount of time, it just it restarts itself.
It's not a very long time, that's for sure.
Right, it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to get you to call that number. and they just log in and they can shut it off. All right. Yeah. All right. So we got to get this cleaned up. So we can get these guys back in here. Yeah, it looks like that corrosion worked its way into these threads. And you can really see it down over here. And this one goes here. Shiny. Not shiny. Yeah, so Ram was probably right. What probably ended up being the full culprit here was someone was like, hey, there's water running low in this. What's going on, man? That rain catch you out yesterday?
No, actually beat it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, man. Like you want to rain, but I know the hurricane season gonna be crazy, man.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so hot out there right now.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, man. You have a good one.
Sorry, you too now.
Okay. No, got that all out of there. And then this guy is gonna go. Like that. And then that is back together. This is gonna go like that. All right. Let's finish up with this, which is what we were just working on. Need to get this off of here. Why does that look like... Oh, that's going to be aggravating. I don't think I have any way of getting that off of there. I can get this top part off, but I can't get what's beneath it off because I don't have a socket that's that size, I don't believe. Because that's going to require a full-on... Yeah. I'll clean it the best I can. And we'll just do that. I'm not going to put... I don't have anything else that I'm going to put into the parts washer. Because this isn't... I'm going to run water through this real quick, but this isn't... This is not bad. I think this is also something that was constantly had water in it. So it didn't have open air exposure or anything like that. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Oh, wait. And just run some water through this. Oh, yeah, there's a whole bunch of buildup in there. Broke the airlock. Definitely some schmutz in that one. When it finally came clean. It cannot be a 3-day project. It has to be done today. Why? Because I don't want to take more than like a freaking day to work on this. 'Cause I got other stuff I need to do. Get these dusted off. Okay. That leaves us with two more parts. This one's kind of bad. I'm gonna switch tips on the screwdriver for this one. This is just going to be another rinse. And a blow. This one's a little bit dirty. All right, let's flush water through it. All right, a little more air. I wish I knew what the model of this computer was. So that way I could look up to see like what exactly it has without having to run the whole system. All right, let me grab some water. Which brings us finally to this, which is going to take a decent amount of time, to say the least. My day is already halfway over. Freaking crazy. Okay. So you gotta figure which way I actually want to have this. I think I'm going to have it sitting like this. That way I can identify where some stuff goes. All right, so this is going to be over there. I don't know how much I want to take this apart, but kind of need to. There's our actual pump. Those are some thick boys. And I don't think I have a screwdriver. I have any wrenches that are going to get down in there and actually turn that. One of those situations where it would be very nice to just keep a set of, there we go, to keep a set of my Allen wrenches from my house. I am not wearing shoes because when I took my dogs out this morning, my grass was so wet, my shoes are soaking wet. So I'm letting them dry. Just because they were so soaking wet, my feet were starting to get uncomfortable. All right, this is another situation where I need to really, really pay attention to how stuff is laid out, because this is going to be important. There we go. Set that like that. See anything leaking here? This actually looks like it's in very good shape. I am actually seeing nothing wrong there, which is awesome. Just to make sure we don't lose this, I'm going to take that out. I'm just going to set that with that. So we don't want to lose any of these guys. I'm going to have to come in here and clean some of this stuff by hand. All right, let's take out a bajillion hex head screws. This apparently is just a mounting plate. It does nothing else, as illustrated by the falling over bit. Where did the other one go? It did not come out. All right. This is also another long bit, which has, oh, I think that's the model number. This is Durlin, by the way. The material this is made out of, it's not metal. 011DXL-RZ. Can you look that up, Master? Tell me if that is the model of one of their computers or if it's like a serial number. That is 011DXL-RZ. All right, here we go. One, two, three, four, five, six. This is going to be PlayStation levels here. 7. 8. I don't think this is coming clean at all. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18, 19, 20, 21. Looks like we had a leak here. 22. It is already apart. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 3. 4. Now I got to be careful with this. 35, because that might be hazardous. Okay. This is black. Yeah, no thanks. That is cracked. There's a crack there. There's a bunch of cracks in this thing. I'm assuming from when it was being put together. So that's going to be fun. Yeah, it definitely seems like it. Lysol this thing. Well, got most of it out of there. Sure, go ahead. One thing I will say, this pump area is brown, and I don't think there's anything I can do about that either. It's just stained. Man. Clean, clean, clean. I'm sure there actually isn't anything going on here. There's not. Good deal. Other than like some fingerprints, I think this is ready. We got the mold out of there. Flip that over. This in here. We're going to clean each of these gaskets before we put them back in there. So much gunk. Gunk, I say, gunk. Just clearing it out. And this is one half of this equation. Looking pretty good. Now it's time for the big guy. And we clean the other piece of acrylic. Put it back together. And then start putting this whole loop back together. And that's going to be fun. Filling. And then we're basically going to fill it to drain it. So we're going to fill it all the way up. And then we're going to drain it. And then we're going to fill it, drain it, fill it, drain it. And then we're going to basically put it back there on the table behind me for a good 24 hours while I work on other stuff, just to do a leak down on it. Okay. This guy does not want to stay in there. Okay. So that right there, I have to pay. I'm gonna have to pay attention to that. That corner wants to come out. That's all good. All right. Set that off to the side. Now this, the nice thing about this is it's just a flat piece of acrylic. So getting on here and getting this cleaned up, slightly easier task. So it looks like there was just that one place where the ooh, this is super pitted. It looks like there's just that one place where the that doesn't want to come off of there. Where the acrylic was actually stained, and that was inside the CPU block, of all places. The rest of this looks pretty okay. This acrylic is harder than this plastic, which is good. All right. Solid. We have nice and see-through again. Let's grab our All right. There was 100% a leak happening here. Just looking at this. And again, I'm wondering if they're using something to deal with those leaks, and I don't know what it is. As you can see it here too, it's almost like they super glued it together. All right, now we do this in reverse. All right, Emily. That one's becoming a problem. Okay, now we're going to work our way back. I have one extra screw for some reason. Okay. All right, so that's back together. This plate goes here. Oh, it's with these screws. Is it not? That doesn't fit. That one does. This is like so soft. What I mean is the material is itself is soft to the point where any kind of motion of screwing that I'm putting into it is immediately translating to cutting new threads, which is a bad thing. All right, get that lined up. That lined up. That's going to go there. This one goes here. Where did I set you? There it is. Of course, this is the venerable P5D pump. So this thing's probably going to outlast the acrylic in this. To flip it over, make sure we didn't crush that. We did not. I asked you to look it up before. Okay, and then finally, the last piece. Which actually goes on the other side. Looking at this now, this goes like that. Nope, I literally just did that backwards. Goes like that. So that this can go through there, through there. There we go. And then lastly, this goes right there. All right. Missing something there. You know what time that means it is? It's time to start putting this computer back together. We got to test this loop. So this thing that I just put on the bottom goes here. So that's this guy. All right, let's have some fun. We're gonna clean up a bit. Hey, Mama.
Yeah.
When you get done eating, I'm gonna have you run and grab me lunch. My stomach is ferociously growling at the moment. You don't even have to get out of the car. Because McDonald's brought the snack wrap back.
Really?
Yep. Super excited for it. Yeah, it's a company-wide thing. Bro, I love the snack wrap. Love, love, love. It's not too much food. Yeah. They usually have two options. It's either going to be grilled or it's going to be fried. I prefer the grilled. Okay. I'm actually getting slightly excited for this. Remember to take this home tonight. I stole my neighbor's power cord when I was working on their computer. Which is why I always tell people, you bring your computer in, don't bring the power cord unless I ask for it. Is it limited time only? I thought it was back permanently. If it's limited time, that makes me sad. I wonder if they're doing it like a test market thing. Oh, I thought you were looking at the website and you were actively going to tell me. All right, we're going to do this in a couple different steps. Let's pull this guy up here. Which means it's time to go back to Handycam. Okay. So, right now this is upside down. It's just weird. There's a little bit of dust in here. We're gonna as much as we can. This is a lot of the stuff that we ended up not taking out. Nice, better. So when you get done eating, just let me know. Okay. First things first. So this is the same, this is an Alpha Cool plate. This is actually the exact same plate that I have in the Diablo 2 PC up front. And I need to figure out the direction of this loop. Because I do not remember because I do not have a great memory which way this was on here. All right, so video card down. All right, let's put some more thermal paste on here. So we're gonna build this from the center up. Just thermal paste, create a nice little squiggle. So, oh, knock that over. Yeah, now you guys can enjoy. Put this on here. So we're gonna go this way. We're gonna start needing flashlights and stuff again. Okay, now we tighten her down. This thing won't let me actually tilt just a little bit more down. There's our sound. And I guess I could have put all of these fittings into the parts washer, just looking at this one, because we aren't seeing any sort of problems with the plating or anything coming off. So that's on there, that's on there, that's on there, that's on there. There we go. Nice little covers. Make it look a little prettier. All right, that is on there. Next. Moth. kind of want to build this in the exact opposite order that I took this apart. Let me see what order we took this apart in. As far as getting parts out, and we're going to just do... We're going to do that. So the last thing... So I did that. Next was our distro plate. Was it the distro plate? No, it was not. It was this radiator. 'Twas this radiator. Is this guy? We look up. This guy has this unique feature. It's got these little clips right here that we slide this like that, and then it just naturally kind of sorta just goes up like that, and it just holds itself in place. Now, a couple screws I know this thing needs are these guys, which go right up here. The right ones. Just can't remember. There we go. And the other one is over here. All right, cool. So that is in there. That's not going anywhere. Next, we have our distro plate, which was held in there by hopes and dreams. I mean, was held in there by screws. I'm not used to using this gimbal quite yet. And there are two screws that hold this in. Which are actually right underneath here, which is why yesterday, when I was working on this, I could not see them. And we just gotta line this up. I think when I did this as well, I was using a thinner shaft screwdriver so that I can make sure we're going in nice and vertical. On the plus side, I do have access to all of these front-facing screws for the distribution plate. So if I need to, for some reason, tighten one of these because I see a leak or something, I should at least be able to have access to that and do that. A couple of... I gotta go clean these guys real quick because I kind of forgot to. Let me go clean these real quick. Some soap and water. I was in the bathroom. What?
Chris Donald, you working on a bill for him?
I'm not working on a build for him, but I've been talking to him via email. This is Chris. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. I'm going to reply to your email here in a little bit. I've been working on a custom water loop for someone for the past 2 days, and I'm just trying to get it all put back together. I have yours in another email about something similar that I'm going to be replying to. But regardless of which way you go, it's probably going to be, if you don't need, are you doing any AI stuff? Okay. I would probably say I'd want to shoot for like a higher end 40 card or like a mid-range 50. So like a 4080, 4090, depending on what they're going for, or 5070, 5080 kind of deal. Yes. Yeah. I'll shoot because like the thing you're going to run into is there's a lot of like eBay stuff for all of the 40 series cards that are going to be like some of the prices you're going to see are going to be insane because we were dealing with not a shortage but like a manufactured demand from NVIDIA. No, this is AI. We moved on from the crypto stuff onto the AI stuff. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. Bye. Yeah, this is the same PC we were working on last night when you came in. All right, so before that, the part that was removed was what? That was me working on getting that out. So I know there is going to be 2 more screws that I need to get in. This one, this goes here. This is for the drain. And that's for the fill. How you doing today, Poorly? Okay, so Oh, the next ones that go in is going to be this, which I need to rotate all of this stuff. This is Chris. Doing all right? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. What are you using to check for viruses? Mm-hmm. Sure. So download a piece of software called Hitman Pro. It'll let you run it one time for free, and that'll actually tell you whether or not there's something going on there. You can do it in either, but yeah, safe mode generally is going to be your best bet because less services running. But I like doing it in both, because if you run it in safe mode and you run it in just regular Windows, if something is not running in actual in safe mode and for some reason it is running in Windows, that's another thing it might potentially pick up. But it's checking for like individual file names and stuff, so that shouldn't honestly matter. $150. Correct. Try the Hitman Pro first. Because, like I say, the main reason that I say this is because you seem to have some idea of the things that I'm saying. So this is a good stopgap before spending money, and you might find something with that. If not, then like simple things to do: remove every single browser extension. Make sure all not only in Windows but in the whatever browser he's using, that the notifications are turned off so things don't pop up. And then make sure that there's like no browsers on the computer that you've never heard of. So you should just have either Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. That should be the only ones on the computer. Mm-hmm. Okay. More than likely what happened is he had a pop-up that said, hey, your computer's infected, call this number. And he called that number, and they connected in, and they just started copying down all of his information. So more than likely that is what happened, because that is the most common thing that I see here. Mm-hmm. Mhm. Then that's fine. There's like you can Google it, or like I said, if you feel like you're getting out of your depth, you can just bring it into me. Alrighty. Absolutely. Have a good one. Bye. All right. Gotta get the last of these in here. And now you can see where there's actual like little black marks on here. And what these black marks are is where the screws were originally. So I know as long as I line those up, we'll at least get the tubes going to the correct place for these things, for the hard lines. You done with lunch, Mom?
Yeah, when you get done talking on the phone.
I'm gonna be talking the rest of the day. Yeah, opera's another one.
So what if I get there and they don't have it?
Just give me a Big Mac. Big Mac combo thing.
What do you want for drink?
Nothing. You can have whatever it is.
I'm going for first. What am I going for?
The snack wrap meal.
Snack wrap.
Yep. All right. And here is the last piece that needs to go in other than the video card. This is going to be, pull this around. We're going over here. And we got 2 screws for this loop. Just gonna line up here. Yeah, you can actually see through stuff. It's crazy, right? And I am missing this. So I need to figure out what goes in there and get that in there now. Unless it's
Oh, and you said you wanted it how?
this grilled.
Grilled.
Yeah, I'm gonna be bringing mine into the office this weekend. It's full of puppy fur, and I know it. So this is the one that makes just like a hard right turn. This guy. All right, last group of screws. Screwdriver, there it is. All right, yep, I was right. Just gonna move that up a little bit. Of course, we're in a situation where there's no washers. So I'm going to see if I can do a siphon to fill this loop.
Can I go out the back door?
Yep, I'll lock it. No worries there. Water. With the antifungal chemical, like I have in my loop that I have had running at the front of my office for 3 years. That has worked great. It's distilled water with an antifungal. Yep. Yeah, start running some Dex Cool in this thing. I got, like, I know you're trying to be funny, but I have so much Dex Cool at my house because of my Corvette. Because my Corvette is of the generation where it's Dex Cool or you kill your engine. All right, so we're gonna put this back like this. The next piece is this, which this goes. I see where this actually goes. It's just a stupid. No, it's not. Just like, I mean, I get why they do this, but at the same time, I hate it. All right, got that. We got that. All right, so a majority of what we're going to be doing is going to be done kind of through this perspective. So I'm going to try and rotate this back this way so you guys can see where I'm going, what I'm doing. I can figure some of this out. This should be this one. Make sure we get a nice fitting in on that side. You got the PC up and running? Yeah, we're gonna disconnect. Okay. I've made a mistake here. Awesome, man. This is the last thing that needs to go in. Well, that came off in a way I was not expecting it to. All right, so I need to make sure that we get this in there nice and deep. I'll grab some water. And just so I know that these things are making a good positive seal. Can't wait to see photos of it. Just gonna take a little bit of water here. We're gonna rub the rubber gasket. I'm going to line you up. Sure it's pulled nice and firm. And then next, surprising twist. Thread this into the distro. Awesome. I'll take a look when I get done with this. So what I'm doing is I'm making sure that this rubber gasket is at the very end of the hard line. So that way when I push this in, it is going to want to get as close back there as it can. And come over here. Tighten this down. Rotate that around. Line up. And pull this guy together. And we just got to make sure these guys are lined up and threaded correctly. The last thing you want to do is cross thread something like this because you're never going to get that back correct. All right, and then we need the other long boy, which is this one, and there should be a fitting there. It's this guy. Again, we make sure all the way at the end. Go ahead and put this into the distro plate. is the right length. All right. Make sure everything is tightened down. That is 1. Next. Hello? Hello?
Hi. The snack wrap comes ranch, spicy, or ranch and spicy?
Just ranch.
Just ranch?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. So this should be like that. And it should go there. No, I'm not getting spicy. Don't want heartburn. And same deal with this. I want to make sure that's in all the way. One thing that I know that's going to happen when we start running water through this is we are going to get bubbles from the soap that I use to clean all this stuff. So I have to be prepared for that. All right, next, it's going to be this guy. You know, I like these fittings better than the fittings that I used to figure out what these are. It's got a little dragon on it. I like these fittings better than the fittings I used for my... Ooh, that's... Is it bits power? I like it better than the fittings I used for my Diablo build. Because the rubber gasket doesn't go inside. So, this is the first one where I'm a little bit confused. So this looks like it's a pre-made tube. There we go. That one threads on just fine. This guy is struggling. I vaguely remember when I was taking this off, this being a problem. Yeah, I need to stop. Because we are getting metal shavings, which we don't want. Do that. There we go. We just have to do it in the correct order. All right. Next, CPU. So we got Yep, that's exactly right, Master. It's definitely not that way. It's got to be this way. I think I'm going to have to loosen some stuff up here to make this stuff line up correctly. Like the actual block needs to be moved a little bit. Like this, so that it lines up with the distro plate a little bit better. I say that, and now it just lines up perfectly with the distro plate. Probably also, where's my screwdriver? Probably also loosen the distro plate just a tiny bit, so that it has a little bit of wiggle room in it. Yeah, that's way better. Okay. Oh, yeah, it is a customer's. I do have red dye. I have red and blue dye that I never used for the Diablo build. It was supposed to be, it would allow someone to, if someone had bought and had purchased it at the time, to turn it into either a health potion, the globe, the actual reservoir into a health potion, or a, I need to do this in reverse, either a health potion or a mana potion was the concept. Yeah. Heard not positives and negatives about that stuff, so you never know what to actually believe. So this has to come down. Is it? Never personally used it. I mean, does the company even exist anymore would be the next question to ask. This is the one where I knew it was going to be a problem. Is this fitting? Having problems with it before. Hello. Hey. I'll be right up. Yeah, I'll be right up there. Okay. That's tight. So this is what we're struggling with right here. I struggled with this yesterday. It's just a pain in the behind to work on this one. There we go. On that. There we go. All right. Is it? I haven't actually seen the Tai Chi card. I've only ever seen the Tai Chi motherboards. All right. Aw. Well, I just cracked plastic on my phone. My watch. So why? This isn't lining up super well. I'd rather have this side line up better. Thank you, Mama. What'd you get yourself to drink?
Dr. Pepper.
There you go.
Fried Coke. Not the same.
You mean it's not the same?
Flatter taste. Not many flavors. That was
Something about that's bothering me. Let's undo that. Let's undo that. Let's just get this lined up and tightened up. That's better. And then we'll just get that guy in there. Two more hard lines to put in. And then we'll start filling this loop. Rotate this a little bit. Move this over to there. So this is one of those situations where I know we're going to need to adjust the radiator because the distro plate is sitting in a slightly different place. one more. Oh, that cracked. 100% that just cracked. It's just like, just not enough space right there. I don't charge to give advice.
This takes regular connector, right? Not a HDMI?
It should be an HDMI.
It should be?
Probably. I don't know. Are you talking about the one that just came in?
Yeah.
It might be the old style.
It's black, so I'm putting it in there.
Yeah. That doesn't, it's not supposed to be black. That's the thing. It's supposed to be, there you go. If there's an HDMI on it, use the HDMI. What's your question, kid? It's just not, like, this is another one of those situations where there's just not a lot of space to get in there and get the job done. Then you use VGA, because that's what it has. Okay. Now's the fun part. Gotta flip this guy over.
I should go in to see if that fit locker, right?
Yes. I need to tighten these guys down. So we're tight all the way around. Yeah, that's not tight at all. Glad I looked at that. So we double check, triple check. Check, check, check. Tight, tight, tight. All right, that's the low point on the loop. What we're going to be doing is take this out. Going to thread this in, which is a quick release. And we're going to open up this up top. We're going to have to get a funnel, and we're going to funnel directly into the top. We're going to fill this up. Because of where this is located, when we put water in here, it's going to try and shoot it through immediately. So we're going to do this in stages. You had a question?
This water review before completion. So was there a stem hookup, or can I flow with my deep clean and hook up?
I don't. I need to review it. There might have been. They don't know.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let me get a funnel and some water. I'll be right back. Alright, we're gonna do a siphon method here. But I need to figure out how to power this pump. Find the connection for the pump. Let's see it when I was moving these cables around. This is what we're gonna do. Where does this go? This one. This goes to a fan header. Yeah, I haven't dusted that out yet. So if it gets its power from a fan header, then what I need is the power of daisy chains. Because we have SATA power. So we're going to go from their SATA power into this SATA to Molex adapter and then into this Molex to fan header adapter. Find the right one. New plan. We're going to use external power for everything. Straight up, so that means it's not detecting the hard drive. So for some odd reason, like you need to disable fast boot. Try that first. See if that has any effect or any luck. Perfect. Alright, let's set this on the floor, because that's the only way this is going to work for a siphon. Let's put this up here. Alright, so we got our siphon hose. It's gonna be long enough, hopefully. And in we go. And we are now filling. I'm gonna stop the siphon because I immediately have water coming out. So as quick as it's going in, it's coming out. And we gotta figure out where that's coming from. Is it just coming out of... right through the bottom? And I need to figure out where that water's coming from, so. It's the upper hose. But all of this stuff is not in great shape. There's like little micro cracks all over everything. I need to figure out where it's coming from, so we gotta go. We gotta do this. What did I do with my siphon hose? Well, the joy of troubleshooting a custom loop. Where is this actually coming out? Maybe it was just the way I had the hose sitting? Okay, now it's not doing it, now it's not leaking. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a weird day though. Be here most of it, Emily. Okay, now we have no leakage whatsoever. Because I'll be in and out, Emily. All the way over to here. Alright. Now this is the actual ultimate test. Put a little bit of water through it. Lower the water level. Water coming out of the CPU block. Tighten all the way. Obviously, this is going to have to sit a while before I can just turn this on. Get in there and make sure everything is as dry as we can get it. I think you're following. Oh, we gotta get some more water into this. Apparently I didn't have these tubes tightened down enough on this water block. Or I'm going to have to take the, it looks like it might be coming from behind the seat. I have to take that apart. Means undoing 2 lines, but that's not so bad. Oh yeah, that's just pouring out of there. So we're gonna have to figure that out. But here. Yeah, so for now, it looks like the only thing I'm gonna need to undo is gonna be the CPU block. That is just spitting water. Alright, we have enough water in there to have the loop sealed. That's a lot of water on this though. Turn it on its side. Something about that block is not happy. I need to empty this anyways, because this is not the final fill, so that works for me. You've got a new fan for your PC, but they come with a controller that connects to the reset switch. Should I remove the front panel connector to plug it in? I mean, you can. It's definitely an option. I pulled a vacuum on this. So all the liquid is coming out because of the vacuum. Let's see what happens when we turn it on its side. Because my mic fell. I don't know. I know nothing about your setup or like the equipment that you're using. So it's hard for me to give you an answer. Like if you're using a completely different brand of fans, then yeah. You're gonna... everything is gonna reset. We're gonna have to take the GPU out again. Thank you. So much stuff to take out. Well, for now, let me slide this back. Something leaking here. Angeline, any more towels, please? All my towels are wet now. Huh? Okay. Check.
One.
I don't need more right now, Mom.
All wet ones. All blue ones. I'll take them.
Well, thank you. so I'm gonna have to at some point remove that GPU because before we actually can do anything, because I need to get the water that just went behind it out. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put some stuff on backwards just for testing. So we still have the same problem. What's going on? Yeah, kind of. I also think I might have a leak on the GPU block. That might just be water from this thing leaking though. Something is leaking, for sure. Where is it leaking from though? I think one of these screws is not tight enough. Mm-hmm. We knew it was going to, we just didn't know how bad it was going to. That's why we now have the CPU block pointed at me. Yeah, that is one of the things with mold. It will grow. It will take up space. where this water is, I physically can't access. Go a little bit tighter on some of these if I can. Freaking reach them. Okay. Uh, 16 years. All right, we're looking for leaks in a couple places now. We're going to look for it coming right out of this and then over here. I'm going to put some more water in this, obviously. That was definitely not tight enough. That was just waiting to leak. Yeah, the question is how long was it running like that? And now we are looking for leaks. Yeah, Emily, I'm fine. Clearly, I'm concentrating, right? A little water coming out of here. So well, this had to come out anyways. Yeah, I'm still getting a little bit of drip over here. Yeah, right over here, bottom corner. And then GPU block. Two things we got to take apart. Yeah, Emily, I did it with my own system. But it's purring. That looks like it might be one of the only leaks. Is right here in this corner, and then the GPU block. So we gotta. This is good now. Oh, let's get it emptied. Pressurize this. Because it's a lot of work, Emily. We have an airlock. I mean, that's a good sign, mostly. But also, it's a bad thing. It means like it's good in the sense that we're getting close to we're getting close to actually having this thing be airtight or watertight. Oh. Of course. Yeah, that's the next step. Haven't even eaten yet. Indeed. This is Chris. No, I haven't been able to determine exactly what the problem is. It looks like the line still has continuity all the way across. which means that it's not a break in the cable like I thought it was. So it's got to be something with either that knob that you had pointed out, or the board, and I'm just trying to figure that out right now. So yeah, it'll like hopefully it'll be by the end of the day today. I'll know for sure. Yeah, if not, I'll call you as soon as I do know. Yep, bye. Nope. Something else. Oh yeah, no, this dude's getting charged more than that for sure. Like I said, we're finally at a point where, other than the water coming out of the block, I'm not seeing any leaks. And there is, I take it back, there is a small leak behind the pump. And I think I just need to tighten the pump down. So we'll see here. It's not exactly easy, obviously. Oh, that's a lot of water. So now we had to take the GPU block out, figure out what's going on with the GPU block. First, I need some food. What?
What's all in it? Strip and what?
Say that one more time?
What's all in it? Chicken strip?
Yeah, less tomato. Have a good night, Emily.
Where's the sauce come? You put it on?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, you can daisy chain up to like 12 fans, no problem. Okay. I'm gonna take this GPU out. Thanks, Rye Guy. How you doing today? Hit our release here. Come on. It's unfortunate. It means it is time to charge you. Charge up my flashlight a little bit. Angeline.
It's all what I'm working on.
All in one.
This guy.
Yeah.
This guy's split screen. I don't know why.
Okay, make sure the cable's connected all the way. The video cable. I don't know what's going on.
Popped up.
I don't either.
Push my teeth clean. Oh, no, I can't.
Oh, it's crashing. So go ahead and turn it off.
Teeth clean down there.
Turn it off, Mom. Like, unplug it. Okay. Gonna have to take the CPU out. The NVMe's. Got a whole bunch of stuff we gotta take out to deal with this. Deal with the water. What was that? One of those things, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. So I gotta find that. Yeah, so we're still leaking a lot of water down here by the pump. I have no way of seeing in here. What? Water damage? What? I'm dealing with a water loop. Of course there's gonna be water everywhere.
There's on some big towels.
That's what I got right now, Mom. I don't think, the thing is, I don't think these screws are going to go any tighter for this pump. Unless it's that top one, in which case, you know. Oh, that had a long way to go still. Really don't want to over tighten this stuff. The joys of owning a custom lube. All right, now we got to figure out where this thing is leaking from. So that's fun. Of course. All right, we got to take this thing all the way apart. Mainly, the reason this thing needs to be taken all the way apart is because the screws I need to check to see if they need to be tightened are underneath this plate. Because apparently I was being too much of a pansy when turning these things, and the fear that I had of cracking this thing is non-existent. Hmm. That one was not tight at all. That one's tight. That one was not. That one was definitely not. Oh yeah, that was the culprit right there. Okay. Now we got to do another test run. Or we can put this thing back together. And how am I going to do this? So this would normally be sitting like this. I just have to... Almost. How would that... It's because it's backwards. Hmm. You gotta get these guys in the correct orientation. I'm gonna have to give this some manual support when we're doing this. Because once that thing gets water in it, that's a lot of weight.
I mean, yeah, well, it's not going to be dry. It's going to be wet, but we're going to fill it back up. See if we get more leaks out of this GPU block. And out of this distro plate. The distro plate right now is the thing that's causing me the most like anxiety, because I literally cannot access it without taking the whole system apart. There's that. Right now I'm missing some stuff, which I gotta worry about finding. It's here somewhere. There it is. All right, here we go. I got water coming down the back of this right now because of the fill. Got some cavitation there that I did not want. Air bubble just popped out. More cavitation. Not getting any leaks off of this right now. So no leaks here. No leaks here, because this is where it was leaking before. That and right along here. And then the other place it was leaking was right back there. So I'm going to leave this running for a while. It needs more water than what it has right now. But that's going to require topping it up. Which is fine. I don't like that bubbling. I got a thing for this. Just for specifically filling stuff like that. I just got to find it because I was looking for it before. And it is not where I last had it. So I don't know what happened to it. A little squeezy bottle. And this. There it is. And while this is percolating, I gotta look at that sewer camera. That guy's calling every single day. No, it's already been replaced. He's trying to get a warranty out of Home Depot. It's a sewer camera, yeah. So, and while we're doing this, so all it is the light. We're just trying to figure out what's going on. There is a light that's supposed to be at the end of this, and the light is not working. this is the... Well, let's do this. Okay. So this is the thing that does everything right here. We're going to take this apart. We're going to take a peek at it because we should be able to turn that on, and there at the end of this there should be a light shining out right now. But we're getting nothing. So let's figure it out. One of these is going to be for the light. Camera, video, video. That's confusing. That's right. There's a screen here. Is this 2 video outs? It is. That powers the screen. All right. So let's take a look at this box. Something here has to be powering that light. You guys get some nice crotch action now. Why do I feel like the thing that I heard hit the floor before was my screwdriver tip? Something hit the floor, and I don't know what it was. Yeah, the nice deep crotch action. Hey, Mom? And a Post-it note. Like, just take a Post-it note. Here, I'm going to have you do something specific. Take a Post-it note. Draw a line straight across the Post-it note. So, look at me. If the adhesive is here and the note, look at me. If the adhesive is here and the rest of the note is down here, I want the line going like this. Yes. Not a vertical line, a horizontal line. So I'm wondering if... give it to me. Please. I gotta figure out, like, this is how I'm gonna... I'm gonna measure how much water has not left or left this system. All right, so...
Those things came in handy, didn't they?
What? Yeah, for right now, for sure. Thank you.
I'm borrowing Staples.
I remember. All right, we got a post-it note so you guys can see exactly what I just did. We got our water level. If I come in tomorrow, because I'm going to leave this is going to run all night. I am not running the risk of this thing leaking someplace. If I come in tomorrow and the water level is below that line, then, well, we know we got a leak. All right, other stuff that I need for this right now is going to be this. Something about that is weird. And another sticker over here. All right. That's still fully charged. Yeah, little baby screws. Be a good time to use my little baby screwdriver that I got. I don't know where I got these from. It was from something recent, and they're very nice. Like, I like them. I like the way they feel. Like, the bottom of this is grippy. All the way back there. You guys also get to see my gut. Oh, which reminds me, I have not posted up the weigh-in for the day. We gotta do that. Probably do that when I get home. Do I ever work overtime at home? Seeing as I am the owner, I never stop working. Like, if I'm not working here, then I'm doing video editing or web development or insert other random hobby here. Yeah, you're right. All right, this is still a little bit of voltage. You. Oh. Right now I am working on fixing a sewer camera. I don't know why I'm using that cheap little knife when I have one of the best knives ever made right here. The Jerry Rig Everything knife provided to me as a gift from Ramrod Destroyer. Super, super appreciated. I've been using the heck out of this thing here at my house, everywhere I go. That paid sponsor bit. I wanna take you on with me. I'm in love with a stripper. Alright. Battery disconnected. Battery over there. See, I knew this was threaded on here. Okay. So we're like, I know I just put all that effort in unplugging that, but we're going to plug it right back in. Because I need to understand how current is supposed to be flowing in this thing. And of course, I forgot I'm working on wood right now, so everything just bounces. All right. So we have a voltage switch here. I don't think that's actively working. So we have ground. Let's flip it on. We have power. We have 9 volts there. 0. So I think this potentiometer is broken, because I am seeing no voltage change on this whatsoever. So specifically the light. Check the resistance, he says. Checking all of these. Nothing. Yeah, you can. That is another option. Yeah, there's nothing. See if any of these are connected to ground. Now, which one was... It's this one. That's ground. So let's check the actual correct thing and not whatever the heck I was just checking. So that's 1.9 volts. Nothing. So that's 1.3. I treat these things like chopsticks now. Nothing changing there. So I should be able to turn this knob and one of these should see a different number. And none of them do. And this is going to this. Very simple circuit. No, it's not even having any effect. All right, let's just trace this circuit because that'll be the easiest thing to do. Oh, ow. That hurt. So we have a potentiometer comes in. We have... Oh, those are on the same plane. Hmm. So this is the only thing that this is connected to other than power is this right here. So those points are still connected. Okay, is this popped? I think... No, okay, cool. What about this guy? $151, and it's reading 151. What do you know? So this is the one, it's coming to here. So which one are you? Hold on. How does that make sense? So, we need to figure out... Where does this go? I'm figuring it out slowly here. So, that goes to here. Okay, that's confusing. Why would this create a loop? Huh. So this creates an actual loop that goes all the way over to here, comes back to here. This power is this. It's positive voltage. Not that 5 volts. Okay, let's see if we can't trace voltage through this thing then. So, powered on, we have ground. So how much is here? So that's 12 volts right there. Again, we're in a little bit of a perplexing situation because it seems like it seems like the pin that should be providing voltage to this thing is connected to nothing. Now I'm confused. So it has to be one of these connectors. One is for video. One is going to be for... So it's got to be 2 cables for video, 2 cables... All right, here's what I need to figure out. I need to figure out which one of these cables goes to... So one of these cables goes from here to here. Let me figure out which one that is. So it's literally the red. And the other one is going to be what? Like just ground? It is. So the red cable does video. I'm only to bet one of these other ones is for a different video. Nope, shared video. What else could be going down this cable that we need the white, the green, and the yellow for? White is ground. So yellow and green, that has to be the light. What happens if I plug this in? Do we get a completed circuit? Maybe. So we don't get a completed circuit. And how much voltage am I getting off of these when I plug them in? And I turn it on. $20 volts. Wait, 2 volts. I feel like one of these should be connected here. Where do you go? Let's move you up. Video. Let's say 9 volts. So A6. B7. A is this. A1. B1. Those 2 points should be connected. Okay, so 5 volts is A. So B has to be... should be that. Is E? Hmm. I wonder if this failed, this inductor. Because it's just... I feel like there should be voltage there. And there's none. So I'm seeing 5 volts there, which is what that should be. So it's either the switch has actually died. Ow. Yeah, I did check continuity. Sitting like this is killing my spine. So my thing is, regardless... .6. 1.6. That has not changed. Alright, I have a voltage change now. So what is this for then? Okay. I'm understanding some stuff now. Where does this go? Does this... So the potentiometer is working. I need to figure out where this comes out over here. What about this side? Does this come out anywhere over here? Hmm. So it's strange that this thing comes out literally nowhere over here. Just gotta pick this up and actually look at it. Jesus, it's almost time for me to go. I think that might be the problem. B, which is the actual freaking knob for this thing, isn't making it to the other side of the board. Like anywhere. It's got to be going somewhere. Well, let's check the other one. What is this one? Does this one go anywhere? So I'm very confused now. Because this thing's going nowhere. it's almost as if like this is the wrong circuit board or something. But that's like actually impossible, right? It has to go freaking somewhere. Do I just get voltage across that? I shock myself. Is that all I'm getting across there? Is voltage? 0 voltage. Turn the knob. 0 voltage. 0 volts. 0 volts. Turn the knob. Do I have a knob here? Ugh. I know I have a switch. I don't know if I ever got any knobs. I don't see any of this stuff that I had. I remember throwing it out, but then again, it's been a minute. $13. So maybe I still have. Yeah, I have no clue. Could have swore I had some knobs sitting around here from when I was working on that switch thing for the Starfield build. right now it is a sewer boroscope. The light is not functioning on it. Maybe that wouldn't be connected to anything, and the whole point of this is just supposed to be looking for voltage changes here. That should be ground. Should be looking for resistance changes here. Yeah, it sounds like a great PC, my guy. That's got to be what it is. This pin looks for resistance changes. Let's go from there to there. This one. Yeah, something about this isn't right. These RGB connectors are so freaking annoying. I mean, it's such a simple circuit. But why would this be not connected to anything? Why is there no electricity here? I think I'm starting to isolate it now. Where does this go? That's not ground, right? That side is ground? Where's the other side of this? It's not on this side of the board. That's ground. I need to be getting power from somewhere. What is this leg connected to? We're again in one of those situations where this is just like, nope. I'm not connected to anything other than myself. I think I need to desolder this. So I'll do that in the morning after we see if this is leaked at all. We put up a little marker. The water line is below that. When we get in, we know we have leakage. But as far as this is concerned, I think there's a component that's supposed to be passing voltage to this knob that isn't. So I'm getting 12 volts on this center leg. But it just goes into that center leg and then just stops. When I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be going out. Oh, thank you. You want to buy a PC for 400 euros. You're going to be looking on places like eBay, Facebook Marketplace, or whatever the equivalent it is. At 400 or 4,000? 4,000. Man, I really got to get my prescription updated. 4,000 euros. Right now, it's whatever the top of the line Ryzen processor is. What is it? It's the 9800X3D. On. Yeah, so it's the 9950X3D. Motherboard. Here, I'll put together a PC parts picker list for you. Because you got, with that kind of budget, you got options. It's going to be a 5090. Because that's just, it's hard to justify anything other than that. Just whether or not you can get one at a reasonable price. No, you're not going to be able to. So, 5080, $2,000 by itself. So right now, we're at that. It's 64 gigs. DDR5. How much is 64 gigs of memory going for? So 128 for 290. What are the timings on that? 32. Does it have? It doesn't have more information. CL60. What are we at? Storage. I don't know how much storage you would need. Let's just say it's 2 terabytes. You can always add more. Case. You go with the 011 dynamic, whatever, with the screen. They have that one. Is it the Vision? No. I'm thinking of height. You got that height. This guy. And depending on where you are is where it's going to matter. Gonna go with probably a minimum of 1,000 watt power supply. Let's see, Sonic. We're still underneath there. We need a CPU cooler. There you go. And that leaves you a little bit of room if you want to do something like add a bunch of fans. So if you want to put custom fans in there, that leaves you, what, like $250 for fans? And any peripherals you might be looking for? A dead component. Are these capacitors not reaching ground? It's a problem for tomorrow. I'm out. Thank you guys for hanging out. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I am risking it all, leaving this loop running all night, because if this loop decides to fail, I'd rather have it fail here than at the customer's house. And we'll be able to tell if we're losing water. So, it's not that much water. All right, see you guys.